Good afternoon, boys and girls. Welcome to the stream. Today is Sunday afternoon. We have some time to work on plane shift, and I was planning to do some improvement to combat. I think we left combat untouched since a pretty long time, and it's still not working as we want. So it's still very basic, I would say. So the point is to ensure to to improve it a bit. I want to improve it a bit. I think that combat is a big part of an MMO anyway, and it has to be fun and it has to be easy to use. Right? At the moment, there are still few things that are not great. So let me switch my scene here. So the last time we were working on the ALS, so on the advanced locomotion system, we made some improvement to that, but one of the main issue was that the ALS is now running on 425 version, and at the moment we are on 424. We will upgrade soon. I don't know exactly when, but we will anyway upgrade. I was just watching a video before of the event that the Unreal Fest, which actually have been running 2 weeks ago, I think, the 14th of July, 12 days ago. And the Unreal Fest recording is anyway available on the Unreal Engine site, where you can get all the videos and basically listen to all the recordings. I listened to the one dedicated to Next Gen and to Unreal Engine 5, and it's very promising, I have to say. Very, very promising. Also, not only for Engine 5 itself and the rendering capabilities and all the crazy stuff that they added, but there is also something about large worlds, multiplayer, and in general performance optimization for large world, which to us really means MMO, and is very important if we could get that. Unfortunately, I did not see any pipeline improvement. There are some pipeline improvements on the ability for Blueprint to actually create pipeline scripts that you can use to interact with the 3D authoring tools, which is nice. But what I wanted to see is easier way to import data from Blender, for example, to Unreal. So this is something that I didn't see a lot of progress there. Maybe there will be. I don't know. I think we have to test anyway the new release, and we will test it. We will test it soon. Okay. Meanwhile, welcome to the stream. I see new people are joining. Hello, hello. We are streaming on YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so you can see you should be able to see the chat anyway for both systems there in the bottom right. Okay, so let's go. I think we can close these ALS because we don't need it at the moment First thing first, let me, no, I don't save anything I did there. Let me check if there has been any commit by anyone else. So I think I will update my Piazza Unreal. I want to see if there has been any changes sometimes. Okay, no, so I'm already up to date, which is good. And I think we can just launch our project. Now, the few things I want to do, I want to change the targeting system. I think the targeting system is not very good. At the moment, we have a marker below the enemy that is telling you which is the enemy that you have targeted at the moment. And the problem is that that marker basically has to be set manually by you before the fight somehow, and this is not really acceptable. I mean, this was working okay previously when we had sort of automatic combat. So basically you were initiating, but then the rest of the combat was run by itself. It is in the old version of the game, but now, with a more interactive combat, I don't think we should have this selection, right? I think we need to keep the selection because anyway we need to be able to select other characters, for example, for looking at their description or interacting with them, speaking with them, so all the other functions are still relevant. So I need to keep the left click to select something, but what I want to do, I want to change the way I select during combat. And actually we have a specific combat mode where you can enter with the tab key. And so let me go. So it should be under mouse and keyboard, right? So it is the graph that is managing all our interaction with the world. And I think I can also try to unclutter this a bit, but basically this is the input, so mouse, zoom, camera, and mouse axis. Okay, so it's basically the movement, looking up, looking down, and all of that. And then here we have the two main action input, which are here in the middle. Maybe they are not in the best place in this graph, but here is the camera. These are all the shortcut for the UI. The seat animation. Enter and exit in combat mode is here. Right. We should check if this is multicasted, by the way, because I'm not completely sure that is multicasted to everyone. Okay, so and here we have our right mouse and left mouse, which are the two most important graphs, I guess, for interaction, right? And we have some switches. As you can see, when we are in combat mode, we are going to do something different with the left mouse. So basically the left mouse, when in combat mode, is actually attacking, is not selecting, right? While if we are not in combat mode, the left mouse is actually selecting. Okay, so I think this part is fine. I don't want to change it. But what I want to change is that when you are, yes, exactly here, when you are trying to attack, so you are in combat mode, you have a monster in front of you, and you are left clicking I want to see what happens today. So ask server to attack our target. You see here, basically we are assuming that I have a target already, and it is exactly what I want to change. And this is going then to the C++ part. So this request attack is actually a function on Planeshift player controller, right? So if we go to our Planeshift player controller, there must be a request attack. Yes, is here. And request attack is just calling user manager handle attack. Okay, so here is where we do all the thing, right? So here is where we need to do the change, I guess. Yes. So I think that one of the first things that it does is to check that actually we have a target, and this is what we need to change now. So it is important to check the after is in combat mode already when trying to raise lower stance. Okay, that is fine. It's something that belongs a bit to the past, but it's okay. And then it's calling user manager attack. And user manager attack is checking if I am alive, which is nice. I'm in, so if I'm dead I cannot attack. If I'm frozen for whatever reason, can be spells, can be something else, can be yeah. And here is where it doesn't work for me. Okay, so here is where it doesn't work for me, because this one is assuming that we have a target selected, and if you don't have a target selected, it tells you that you cannot attack. Now the good question is, for NPC, are they using this or are they using something else? I think that NPC are not going through this code, because it is actually user manager, so it's only for players, right? So what we need to do actually is to exactly here. So I want to set now the question is, should we set the target as the one that is in front of me, or should I set the target to the one that my mouse cursor is actually pointing at? I think we should do it with the mouse cursor, because we have, when in combat mode, we have a mouse cursor which is below us, and we already have a function. I think we can do it the same. We already have a function which is checking, which is the one for the NPC stats, the NPC health bar. I just don't remember where is it, but I think we can find it pretty easily. If I search health, let me search out for a second inside everything. So enter an exit combat mode, yes. So this one is setting a timer, which is asking the server side to publish get target health from server. So there is the function that is getting the target health of the NPC, request target health on server, request target health on server. I think we have, if we search target health, I think we will get also the receive. set request get target from server. Yeah, I don't know why I changed the name a bit of this thing, but update NPC bar. There it is. Do I pass here the target actor? Yes. Unfortunately, here I'm passing already the target actor. Current target. Is always assuming that my current target is already set. It is exactly what we need to change. I don't want this anymore. You see, current target is always update NPC health bar. I think here we are getting the camera, world location, the forward vector. We are tracing, so we are doing it basically a line trace to find the new target. If the target is an actor, then you see target under crosshair. So I think I want to do exactly this, right? But maybe it would be better to do it in C++. I think I never did a line trace in C++, but I think it should not be too hard. It's just a matter of calling the function with the right parameters. I don't think it will be too much of a trouble. Let me just check this logic a second. So we get the camera. We need to have the camera position though. Huh? What if we make this function a function that is available also to the rest of the code, and so we just do it once, and we don't duplicate the code? Because here as an input, what I have only the camera, the world location of the camera, the forward vector of the camera, and then I'm starting at the world location. I'm adding 40 meters to that location going forward, right? And I don't know exactly the and I'm searching all the points, and I'm ignoring myself, obviously. But in terms of input, this thing is pretty self-contained, right? So this piece is pretty self-contained. And then I get out a heat actor. So where am I? I'm in PS character blueprint. So the good thing will be to do it. I would like to do it after the check, if I'm frozen, if I can attack. Otherwise we will just waste cycles, right? Because I'm thinking we have two options: doing it still in the blueprint somehow, or doing it in the C++ part. The problem of the C++ is that we don't have the camera. We can, I guess, get the camera, even if this camera is created, I think it's created dynamically. So I need to understand set camera. Yeah, it's not a C++ variable at the moment. Camera setup. This is the initialization of my character, right? And if it's not an NPC, we set up the camera. So this is the setup of the camera. So it gets, you see that it's creating a new spring arm component and is adding a new camera component. So all of that is done in the blueprint, unfortunately. And then we are setting this camera variable. So or I create a new camera variable which is also visible from C++, or I navigate from the character to the components, but I don't think it's a good idea. Hello, Gian. The camera manager can give me the active camera, even if it's been created dynamically. That could be good. You can give me the current active camera. Oh, sure. Returns the camera current location. I need a camera object. I need a camera object because it just because then I need to do get forward vector and get few other things. Get word location. I mean, get word location will be the same as get camera location, but is camera is a camera actor, an in camera actor. I don't see a function here that returns. Maybe returns get view target. Returns the current view target. Hello, Imperator. Welcome. Thank you for following. Yeah, but then I need also a few other things on the camera. So if I can get the camera object, I would prefer, you know. Camera component is actually a camera component. That is the one that is on my character. So I don't know if this is extracting, you know, what I need. I can use location and rotation, but then I will need the forward vector of the camera, and I could get the forward vector of the camera from the camera object. As you can see, update, we added update function, right? Not this one. I think it's in plane shift player controller. It's particularly hot today, by the way. Yes, this one. This one. I need the forward vector of the camera, and so to do that, I need a camera object. And the camera object is, I don't know if it's something that I can get. Let me search the internet, maybe somewhere. I need a current camera object. This guy is cycling on all the cameras. I need a camera actor. Get active camera component. This one seems to be good. Get active camera component. Okay. That is the one that we need, I guess. I think it is for cinematic movement. I mean, this is like for the cutscenes or things like that. Because you see that the target is a level sequence player, which is something that is not what we need. I mean, I can store that variable. I can get it from the rotation, so I can get the. I mean, the forward vector is the vector where the camera is looking at. So to get it from the rotation, I need to. I think there was a get rotation from z-axis or something like that, if I remember right. Get rotation x vector. I think there was a. I think there was something like this, right? So this one is giving you the vector based on a specific rotation. So I think we can probably use this one with the rotation, right? This is what you're saying. Okay, we can try. We can try. I'm not sure I will get the right direction, but we can adjust it in case. So I think I will create another function somewhere, but for now we can put it here. Okay. So let's get the player manager, like we said. the player, what was it? The player camera manager. The player camera manager. So I guess I can get this from I guess I can get this from my actor. So my actor will be my client. So this guy. This guy is not a player controller. I guess that one will be on a player controller though. Even if he's inside my BP character. Can this thing help me? Yes. Let's see if there is a camera manager. Seems not. Get camera manager. Get camera manager. Get player camera manager. Get player camera manager is starting from a player index. No. I mean, I'm server side and I'm not client side in any way. So here I'm server side and I cannot get player index, right? Because I'm not inside player controller. Well, I can give it to this function maybe, but I mean here I can get it. I don't know. I could save it once and forever, but or I can do it here. I can, because here I'm still in the player controller. So here I know which player, I'm in. So I could, unfortunately, my friend Visual Studio is sleeping, but in theory here I could do the get player camera manager with player index 0, because anyway that's the way it is. The problem is that then I will have to why is not working? Yeah, player camera manager is here. So I could get player camera manager. I mean, it's just a variable of this guy, right? And so I can get the camera. Let me see if there is also the actual camera somewhere. I mean, the best would be if this guy and there's only get camera location, which are these two things, right? It's a bit annoying for me to do it like this, because it means that I have to, I have to change the signature of this method, adding a camera, which is not really great, I mean, this function is just taking the input that I want to attack, right? Well, I could pass in the player controller though. Well, I have my pawn. I can get from the pawn. I can get the player controller back. Yeah, let's do it like this. So I was stupid. Actually, is much cleaner if I do like this. So from my pawn, right? From my pawn, I get the come on. From my pawn, I can get the controller, the player controller, right? And from the player controller, so here is called client. So I go backward one level, but it's okay. I mean, and from the player controller, I can get my player camera manager, and from there I can get the camera rotation. I think anyway this thing is fairly quick to execute. I mean, it just pointers to stuff that already exists. So, did you try Rider for Unreal Engine instead of Visual Studio? No, I didn't. Is it better IDE or what is it? My main issue here is the time that it takes to him to find functions in the includes. I guess the reason is that is indexing the whole Unreal Engine code base, which is fairly large, and so I think I need to cast this to my player controller base, which anyway would be the case 100%. So we assume that this cast is actually working okay. And then we get the camera manager, and we get the camera rotation, and we get the camera location. Okay. So this will be, well, this will be a rotator, I guess, no? I don't know what it returns, but I think it should return an F rotator, yes. And this one will be a vector. I hope it returns the world position and not the, I mean, I want the absolute location. I don't want the relative location to the player. This I don't know. I don't know. We will see it anyway immediately, because it will be completely different coordinates. One will be like 300,000 something, and the other case will be like 2. So it will be easy to see. So we get that. Then I think we have on F rotator we have this get X rotation. What was it? No, get axis. No. Let me remove get. No, it was not in F rotator. It was get rotation from X angle something. Rotator. Get rotation X vector. Why is not here? It's not on rotator. I think it needs it on an actual rotator. Wait, let's do camera rotation. No. What the fuck? It's under math. Maybe it's a math function. Maybe it's math. Get rotation is factor. remember if it's fmat or fmat, umat. Get rotation. Where the fuck is this function? Get rotation x vector. Get rotation x vector. It's in the math library, so in theory. Is the math library fmath or what? So there is not in. It's not in C++ actually, so you have to. Is another name in C++. Can I call this directly? Fuck! This guy's just saying, do this. Oh, sure. I think it can be okay. He's taking a standard vector and is rotating it based on the. I think it's okay. Maybe okay. Maybe just this. We will see. So I get my. Let's assume that it is the forward vector, okay? So I get my forward vector, I get my camera rotation, camera position. Now the rotation I will not need then. If this works, I will not need this one. And then I want to do exactly what I was doing here. What I was doing here, I was increasing the forward vector by 40 meters in the sense that I want to trace up to 40 meters. Now this 40, if we can put it in a kind of a configuration somewhere, I think would be better. But it's okay. Can I just add it this way? I think it should work this way. So this will be the trace distance. Okay? Because this vector hopefully is normalized vector, so it should come out as 1, hopefully. And No, sorry, I need it for my camera rotation. Yeah, exactly. Why I removed it. And then what we should do? Then we are using the word location as a start of the line trace, and we're using the vector plus. So we should say something like f vector, which is end position, right? End position should be the camera position plus this forward vector, right? Yes. Why I did plus? I should do multiply. Okay. And this means that we have our end position in our, just for you to understand what the hell I'm doing. Fine, yeah. Don't save. We have our character here, right? And we want to trace whatever is looking at, but it's not from his eyes, it's actually from the camera. So there is a camera behind him, right? I don't think I can. Okay, anyway, let's say that this is the camera. And so I want to trace a line between the camera and the location that the camera is looking at for 40 meters. So this will be 40 meters. And I want to then check if I'm hitting something. And if whatever I'm hitting, I want to check if it's actually an NPC, a very big NPC. If he's an NPC or something else, right? Yeah. Okay. So this is what we are trying to do. Okay, just for review. Otherwise, maybe you are lost in this code. So we have the end position. Now the line trace. I need a line trace for objects. Line trace for objects. Right? In C++. I think I don't have an example in my code yet, or I don't remember. So it's better if I take an example. Fuck, they moved the wiki. All the time is a mess when they move this freaking wiki. Trace functions. There should be a legacy, and it is. Okay, so this is the original page of the wiki that they moved. Right? World single trace, line trace single. I think it's this thing, right? World line trace single. Hit out is the result. Start and collision. So I have to start from world anyway. I would like to have a line trace for objects because I would like to filter on pawn if possible. So the world, I can get it from the pawn, right? I think pretty easily. Yes, the world I can get it from here. And then I need a line trace. A line trace single because we want a single result by object type. Right? I think it's this. I was calling the blueprint line trace for objects. It's similar, but I think it's this one. Line trace single by object type. So this thing takes nothing. No, it takes something. So it takes the hit result out. Okay, so this will be f hit results. F hit results. So that is the out. Let's call it trace result. Maybe it's more clear. And this needs to be. This needs to be a pointer because it's returning this thing, right? Then, come on. Next parameter is the start and the end. So the start for us is the camera position, and the end is the end position, right? Then we have, why is complaining about this? Because it needs the end. No, why is complaining? Yes. Then he wants the collision object query parameters. I think there is the filter on the objects. List of object type we're looking for. Exactly. So we need to create an object query para f collision query parameters. This I don't know exactly how to create it. F collision query parameters. F collision query parameters. Is there one already defined for pawn? I don't think so. I think I probably need to pass it through. Doesn't look like there is a default on pawn, so I think I need to create this somehow. Let me see if in the example there was something good. Trace parameter, collision channel, trace parameter, add ignore actor. Not in this example. Not in this example. Maybe we can search another example. Basically we need, but I think now we are pretty close to the, so if I search this, and I search, well, let's just search this and see some examples, maybe. Line trace by single object. Object type query, object query type 1. What the fuck is this? Object type query. I mean, if he has pawn, I'm good, but I need pawn to be available. Okay. Query 1, query 2, query 3. I don't understand what is this. I need to pass in trace objects, trace object type, add Unreal Engine type, worst. I think that this seems a bit complex, but I think that is what it is. It's a bit complex, unfortunately, but I think that's what it is. Filter only on pawns. So I think this one should have pawn, right? Yes. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. So here I think we can put at this point the object types. Okay. Why doesn't like my trace results? Why doesn't like my trace result? Is mother? Okay. We want it this way. It's a pointer and I'm passing the actual object pointed by this thing. So this one I want to have the result, right? So the result should be here. Now, unfortunately, I cannot really trace it because I'm server side, so I cannot see if he's tracing it properly. That's a bit annoying. But I can print out maybe the end position or something. Because here we are assuming that this code is working, okay? And or I execute it client side first, then I do a trace to see the line. Otherwise, I will be a bit blind, to see if this code is actually doing what we want it to do. So it is doing the trace, right? And then I will move this in a function, I guess. But it is doing the trace, and as a result, we get this, right? So our trace result will have actor. So if actor is valid, right, because the same way we do it here, the result is our hit. There is basically the hit structure that we are opening up. So this thing corresponds to this variable here, this f hit result is the same thing. So here we have the actor. So if actor is valid, so what we are doing here is that if actor is valid, then we assume that he hit something. Okay. The only problem I have is the 40 meters, because this one should actually be tweaked based on the weapon range. But for now, let's leave 40 meters, but this one should obviously be changing based on the weapon range, which I guess I'm then considering here inside is a taxonomy, right? Even if I need to have my target before, because the is allowed to attack is a function that is already taking the target as an input. You must select the target to attack. But the check for range we do anyway later, right? So yeah. No, I think we can just select. I think the easiest for us will be to do this. The easiest will be to get the actor out, right? And check if this actor is already the one that we have selected. In that case, we do nothing, right? So we say if this actor is equal to get selected object. I think we have a function which is get target object, get target object, get target object or something. But we have it on. Sorry, we have it on our client. Get target object APS character, which is different from get target. Why? Get target. I don't understand the difference. Get target or get target object? Why we have two? Maybe one is just calling the other, I guess. Get target object is returning the target object. Okay. And get target, what is doing? No current project. No. Current document. Come on. Is there? I see. Get target is returning this target. What the fuck? No, but wait a second. I'm doing, so I mean, here I'm in another class, huh? Relax. Relax. Get target object is inside PS character. So here I'm inside PS character.h, right? So I just want to get why get target I still inside the PS character. I don't know what this is used for. I don't know if we have a duplication here. We have a duplication of the target for some. I remember that the function that we use is get target object. I'm pretty sure. Get target object is the one, because it's the same that we use also from the blueprints and everything. So this one target object is the one. And in fact, we have a set target object, which is the one doing all the thing. And this is the one that we should call. Right? This is the one that we should call. So if is equal, no, we do nothing. So it means that or the trace returned a null, and we have selected nothing, and we already have, I mean, we don't have anything selected previously, and so basically we do nothing, or the object is the same. So if the object is the same, we should do nothing. If the object is different, right, then we want to call the set target object. Hello, Visual Studio, you can do it. Visual Studio, you can do it. Okay, there is a missing parenthesis, and this is what is messing him up. Okay. Set target object, right? And set target object is taking nothing else than the actor itself. Okay. The only point is, if it's null, so if I am missing my target, it should clear out, right? Yes, I think it's correct. So if I'm missing my target, if I'm here and for some reason my camera is not pointing right, but is pointing the wrong place, then the set target object will go to null, but I think is exactly what we want. So no actor will be selected, and so in the rest of the code down below, like here, it will fail. Maybe this line we can remove in the sense that we just did. I mean, we know that the actor is this one, right? So I think it's a bit useless to do again get target object, but anyway, it's just one. But we do the cast. No, I think the cast is good. Why doesn't like this? Trace result actor. No suitable conversion function from weak object pointer actor which object pointer to a actor exists. What is a T-weak object pointer? T-weak object pointer is a template version of the generic which okay. Get. Okay. Okay. I think I need to do it as well. Because it is giving me the actual object, right? Okay. So this will give me, so if the thing that we are clicking is valid, then we will set it as the target object, and then here we will get the target object. Okay, so basically this thing, if it works okay, which I don't know, I have no idea, probably not, but if it works okay, will basically allow us, whenever we are attacking, to automatically select the creature that is in front of me. Now the important point is that is the one that is in front of the camera, not in front of the character. So like if the character is facing the backward, but this is checked by the rest of the code, because in the rest of the code, if we are facing the wrong direction, it will tell me. Huh? What? Why I cannot compile it? Error. Initialized local variable trace results. Yeah, is not initialized because it can be null. I mean, do I have a constructor of this thing? Should I do like new object something? No idea. Why is not liking this not being initialized? Who doesn't like me? Doesn't like me, but I convinced them. He doesn't like me, but I convinced him anyway. He should not be appointed. Yeah. But it works this way. Pass it as my hit result. I don't know, he likes it this way. If I put an end here, I don't know if he will like it. He doesn't. He doesn't like it. I think he's passing the address anyway through the function, no? Okay, now how do we see if this thing is generating something reasonable? I think I need to launch it in debug mode. Let me go into the simplest mode possible, because I believe we cannot load like 100 NPC, so 1000 NPC. So let me go into the simplest database that we have, which is this one. Well, on this one, I think we can populate items and NPC, because anyway there are very little, and there should be an NPC in the main area, so should be fine. In theory, should be fine. Okay, so the client will launch normally, the server will launch in debug mode, and we see what happens. So we want to debug that to see if he's actually doing it line trace every time I attack. Now the line trace should be done. Now the line trace, which channel is using, because it should be using. Did I specify a channel in the blueprint? I think we are missing the channel here. I think we are missing the channel. But let's see. But I think we are missing, because we have a specific channel dedicated to line traces with the mouse, right? And I'm a bit confused now if it would work anyway, because it's like going through all the channels, or if I need to specify the channel in the line trace. Do you remember if there was a channel? Do you remember if there was a channel specified? Well, we can try anyway. So the server is going up, assuming there are no breakpoints. Anyway, I think all the line traces and stuff, it should be done in C++. I think I have it in the blueprint, but it's a very bad idea. I think everything that is, real time, and I mean, it's true that it happens only when the player clicks on. I think the server is still. Still, yeah, we should remove the other levels, I guess. If we do it like this, it will take forever. Sorry, let's just remove the levels. It's much easier. Otherwise, it takes forever. Well, not forever, but every run will be slower, you know. So if I remove the maps, the runs will be quicker. So we keep only this map, which is the main city, and we keep only this one, which is the character selection. All the 100 million other maps we will delete. Okay, so this way it should be faster to load and faster to log in and everything. Okay, we'll be launching again the client. Developing such a game without Google and the internet would be impossible. Will take like forever. Because the way I copy paste stuff, you know, is so good. I think it's still loading. Someone is passing by while loading. Okay, it loaded the map. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to have an NPC in front of us, which is not selected. So at the moment you see he has nothing below, he has no marker. But I want to go in combat mode where I have this pointer, you see, and I want to point him and left click. Okay, I did it. So let me see just if he finds something. Yes, he found something. It's very nice. He actually finds something, but he's saying that I'm too far away to attack. Okay, but he actually finds someone. Okay, let me see if I click here. He says you cannot attack an object. Okay, so it seems that the trace is actually incredibly enough is actually working. Let me try to target a feet or something. You are too far away. Yeah, so it seems that the trace is working somehow. So let me try to go close. So let me try to remove this. Go closer and try to attack him, okay? Yes. It's actually working, boys. I'm impressed. Now, if I'm facing the opposite direction, so let's say that I'm here, right? I'm not facing him. And I try to attack. You see that while he's still playing the animation, but it says you must face the enemy to attack. So yeah, so I think it works okay. Now, one thing that I've seen is that my rotation code is not really working well, in the sense that there are positions. Let me try it. There are positions where it thinks that I'm facing him while I'm not facing him. You see? Like here. So here, I'm not facing him, but for some reason, my rotation code or whatever is fucked up. It's not possible without the internet. Yeah, it's not possible. I mean, you will have like to read, you know, every C++ class in Unreal Engine, and then maybe, but then it will not fit in your brain, you know, because I don't know you, but I don't have a very good memory. So I tend to solve problems pretty well, but I don't have a strong memory, so I will forget, you know, what I read. After I read, you know, all this, I will forget it, and then I will have to read it again, and so I will be in kind of an endless loop, you know, searching and forgetting, searching and forgetting, searching and forgetting. I'm pretty happy this thing works anyway. But you see that, for example, here my rotation code is not working, so it's thinking I'm facing him, but I'm not facing him. There is something that I did very long time ago, and I think I did it wrong. So we have to search where in the code you must face the enemy to attack. I think it's pretty easy. We search the you must face. We can search that in the current project. And for sure there is a check. You must face the enemy to attack, you see? Attack bad angle. Attack bad angle. So where this is coming from? This is coming from the script. This is coming from the result of the net script, which is our scripting language, which is trying to calculate. But this thing that we are trying to calculate the angle in the script, to me, is super stupid. I should just pass the angle myself from Unreal Engine, right? Why I should calculate an angle inside the script, that the script is super slow? It's a very bad idea. So if I go under math scripts, but I have to go in the right database, this one. If I check calculate damage, okay, which is this one, there is this huge thing. Can I open it? I will just copy paste it. I will copy paste it somewhere. What is this? This was a command line, and there was some Dota copy paste of playing with Rubik. I don't know. Attack round one. So here somewhere, bad angle. Exactly. Exact. So here we are doing the calculation of the bed angle, but why we need to do it on the script? I think it's very bad idea to do it on the script. The script is slow. I mean, not anyway, it's slower than asking Unreal to do it. And I don't even know what I'm doing here. Attacker location minus angle is the angle attack. Angle is arctangent of diff x and diff z. Diff x and diff z, I have no idea what is it. But it's probably something that we are passing on to the script, I guess, no? No, we are not passing these two variables. Okay. Diff x. What is this diff x? Is not passed. It seems it's not passed as a variable. Maybe it's a one of the default one that we always pass in. No idea. Diff x. Yes, we pass it through here. Calculate attack. Calculate the difference between target and attacker location to be used for angle validation, you see? So that is where we fuck up somehow. Attacker position, target position. Okay, so this cannot be wrong. So it is attacker, get actor location, target, get actor location. Then we do, I think where we fuck up is here. Then we do a position minus, a target minus a I don't think that is a good thing. So we are subtracting somehow the two vectors. And then with the diff, I think here we're trying to do the dot product of that thing. Here it seems that we are recreating the vector again. This thing I think is an overcomplication of something that can be very, very simple. Hello Hula, welcome, how are you? So this seems to be an overcomplication of something that if it's a bad angle, well, you know what I can do? I can avoid the bad angle. Because I remember there is even a function which is default in Unreal, which is like to know if someone is looking at someone else. I remember there was this thing. Look at so find the rotation of an object, the start location to point to a target location. Yeah, so this one is giving me the rotation he should have to look to him, right? So if I use this function, I get the rotation, and then I can decide the angle, which is plus minus 90 degrees, plus minus, I don't know, 30 degrees or whatever we decide, right? So, and that would be much easier than doing all this freaking shit here in the script, which maybe is even correct, but at the moment is not working. The only problem is that if I have to modify this, it means I have to modify it for real. I mean, there is the script, there is a simplified script, by the way, but because the exit, so or we remove the bad angle completely from here and we check it up front, and then we ignore this calculation here. Yeah, maybe we can do that. So if in the code, just for now, to avoid changing the script, which has other impacts on the production database and everything, if we can just check the bad angle up front, and we just return bad angle immediately, the problem is that then if it's not a bad angle here, it may still return as a bad angle from here, and so we will have then to change the code anyway. But yeah, but I would like to do it with Unreal. I don't want to do it with the script. Super stupid. I mean, we did it in the script in the past because we didn't have a function. But basically, what I want to do, I want to, yes, get the actor location, get the target rotation, and then I want to use this find. I want to use this find look at rotation. No, I think the Z and Y, I changed it everywhere. In theory, yeah. Then if I really did it everywhere, I don't know. But I think in the scripts, I should have the Y and the Z updated. Like this X and this Z, I think this Z should be... Because the Y, I think if I go in production, give me 1 second. I go in production and check this script, okay? In the old game, I think that here we will have a Y in the old game. Let me check rules. I'm on another screen. Another screen. Calculate damage. Calculate damage. Calculate damage. Angle. No, actually I have Z also in production. But let me see. Let me see. Math script in production converted to Unreal. Calculate damage. Calculate damage. No, it's still Z. Yeah, but this is, I think, because I didn't change, because I updated the database. There is my update. There it is. Yeah, so there is an instruction that is telling me to do it, but when I re-imported the database, I didn't do it. But yes, I had to change diffx. I mean this diff z to diff y, and I didn't do it. I mean, I can do, but still, I mean, we can test it. Okay, I have no issue with that. But still, I think that it makes no sense for me to do that in the script, because this is getting executed, thousands and thousands of times. Every time a player attacks anywhere on the server, and every time an NPC attacks anywhere on the server, is doing that check, and so it's thousands of times, it can be hundreds of times a second. So why we should do it on the script? It's anyway a bad idea, to do it on the script. So, but just for fun, we can test it. If I change, but I think it was wrong anyway. We had some issue with that anyway. Yes, this one should go to Y. And then I don't know if there are other places. Probably not. I can launch it not in debug mode, as it's the same. I mean, it was historically in the script because I think we decided to have. I mean, we decided to have more flexibility for the scripter to do whatever he wanted, in the script, and it's nice, because they may decide to change the way the bed angle is calculated, or they may decide that the specific monster, is yeah, that's probably the reason why we did it. That's probably the reason why we did it. So let's take it from the top. Okay, so it is a top view for a second. Okay, so it is a top view for a second. This is my character, and it is my character as well. And let's say that I have a monster in front of me, which is a very different size. So maybe it is a dragon, I don't know, and there is just a small monster, right? So the bed angle calculation may be done differently here. So maybe, the dragon is a very big swipe, and in front of him, and so we want the angle to be as big as this, while the small monster has a very small swipe, and so maybe he's only having an angle of attack like this. Now we don't do any of this in the script today, right? But in theory, we could have done it leaving the bed angle inside the script, because the scripter, the rules guy, could say if the monster is more than 1000 HP, I don't know, or if the monster is something specific creature, specific type, if it's this type of creature, then the bed angle, these variables would be different, and so the overall angle would be different. Okay. Now, if we move this into the code, that capability will be gone. That capability will be gone. but it will be faster. We could still have that capability if we add a new column somewhere in the database in our characters table to say, or in the weapon. Depends if you want to do it based on the weapon or if you want to do it based on the creature. I think it should be based on the weapon anyway, because the way you flail, maybe with a mace, with a the way you hit with a dagger is different than the way you hit with a flail. I mean, do we really need this? Flail, medieval, flail attack. So would I mean that the size of the swipe, can be very different based on the weapon. But it's also true that is how you use it. It's not the weapon itself that makes a difference. It's not the weapon itself that makes the angle of attack larger or smaller, right? I think it's the way you use it. I mean, you can have a hit like this one, going just from top down, which then it will have a very, very narrow left and right possibility, or you could have one that is attacking like this, which is a large, nearly 180 degrees kind of attack, and wherever you are in those 180 degrees, it will hit you anyway. So depends a bit how you use the weapon, actually. Depends how you use the weapon. So it can be a combat style, It can be a combat style or a combat move if the weapon allows it. Yeah, so I think at the end it should not be on the weapon, it should not be on the character, it should be in the attack type. It should be inside the attack types, which by the way we have. In the attack types, don't remember attack types, attacks. Attack types, assassination, archery, monsters, two-handed, infantry. These are all types of attacks, but I don't remember the difference with these ones. And also you see that each one may because each attack, and these usually are the ones that the monsters are doing, okay? Each attack has a script that it calls, like our calculate damage, to resolve the damage of the attack. And in certain cases you see that it's different, like this one is a block attack or move, let's say maneuver, is a block maneuver, and so it has a different script to calculate. Now we could add here, if it's not already there, is already there. The angle in front of the player, the area attack will affect 1 to 360 degrees. Can also be a formal. This is AOE angle and AOE radius. But you see the idea is already here. Now the problem is how is AOE angle used in the script like monstrous mesh, right? It's monstrous mesh. I think he's using another script to calculate it, which is probably using that because attacks monstrous mesh. Attack monstrous mesh. Where do I have that? Attack monstrous mesh. Maybe in progression scripts. Attack. It's too much. Name like attack. Okay, I see it. So attack monsters mesh. Attack. I have monster stun. I'm blind and I don't see it. Attack monsters mesh. Bro, the name is this one, so what is this? Oh, okay, it was there. So attack monstrous mesh. So this one probably is using the AOE angle somehow. Is it? Doesn't look like. I think this one doesn't give a shit about the AOE angle, but is our calculate damage then using it? We created a little monster with this, huh? So AOE doesn't exist in the combat resolution. So maybe it's not used. Maybe it was defined, but it's not used. Or maybe it's used in the code somehow. I don't know. AOE angle. Why AOE, by the way? Is applied only when you have an area of effect spell or attack? AOE angle is actually loaded. Okay, at least we load it properly. But I don't know if then is used somewhere in the code, but it seems so. Here we are inside a PS attack effect. Okay. So handle AOE out of effect if attack has some damage. If attack causes some damage. So this is actually applied after. Okay. So basically the theory of that variable is now I understand it. Okay. Now I understand it. The way it works is this. And it works mostly for spells, not too much for normal attacks. But you are here, okay? You have a number of enemies in front of you. And you are targeting one of them with a spell or with a special ability, whatever it is, right? So you are targeting, let's say, this guy. And the facing is the bad angle is anyway calculated. So this is the first check. If you're not facing him, you will not be able to launch it. That's it. Then after this happens, if is a fireball or if is something that has an area of effect, then there is the angle. And the angle can be 180 degrees. So for example, it will affect all the people in 180 degrees radius from the place where you originally attacked, like this. or it can be a 360. And so in this case, it will affect all the area around this guy, even if he's in front of you, you know. So this is how the IE angle is used today. This AOE angle and AOE radius. The radius is just the sides of the thing. So this is like 2 meters. This is like, I don't know, 10 meters because it's much bigger. Okay, so this is how it's used, but is not used to calculate the initial angle. Okay, so the initial angle is not. So if you are facing this direction, it will not work, right? Because this angle, you know, this angle is too big. But this one we don't have a variable today. Okay, so this one we don't have a variable today, and the way we calculate the angle is scripted, but so a rules guy can change it in the database, but it's fixed. It's fixed for all the monsters and fixed for which is bad. I think is a pity, you know, because the case I was doing before of a dragon or larger monster which is attacking in larger range, I think is much better, right? Is automatically affecting. But anyway, this I guess is a bit of fine tuning, but at least we understood how it works. Yes, cliff damage. Yeah, like in a radius in front of you. Yeah. So still, I think I go back to my point that I don't want to have this calculated in the script. I want this to be moved to the C++. Now the only problem is that we will not be able to do this different range by creature, which by the way we don't do it today because this formula has been there since I don't know, 10 years, and otherwise we've been the same. So and you see that it's calculating something by distance. So if the distance is more than a certain amount, the angle is smaller, you know. The variability is 0.3, if not is 0.4. Right? So these are the two variables, but anyway, the variable that is deciding if you are in view or not in view. Now, how much is 0.3 or 0.4 on PI? Is 10%, right? Because it's 3.14 or something. So is 10%. 10% is pretty small. Yeah. And anyway, it's like 10% of the area. Okay. So what do we want to do? I don't know. So we want to move that check to the code and maybe give the ability to the scripter to decide if the attack has a specific radius, you know, in front of it. But at the moment, I think I don't care. So at the moment, I think I will just remove that capability, and we just, I mean, which by the way is not there. So I will not implement that capability. I will just say if I have these two guys, and I want to have my look at rotation. How do I call this from C++? I don't know why they don't freaking put in the documentation the C++ version of every blueprint. That would be so nice. Oh my god. UK Kismet Math Library. Find look at rotation. Okay, thank you, Gianna. We arrived to it together. So, is this use Kismet library always available, or I have to import it somewhere? Yeah, I have to import it, huh? Motherfuckers. What's this? Okay. I think I can do it. Crystal space includes. Well. Take that. And so now we should see in 15 minutes, as soon as Visual Studio wakes up, it should see it. Okay. So find look at rotation. Find look at rotation. This character location, player location. But anyway, one is the start, the other is the end. So I think it would be very simple. So it will be a target position, target position. I don't think it will be any different than this, right? So this will give us it should return an F rotator, which is the look at angle. Okay. Yeah, in 2 or 3 days, Visual Studio will realize that we did an import. Okay, you did it. You did it, boys! Start target. Okay. Visual Studio Assist. Yeah, Visual Studio Assist, I think I've seen it already some time ago. But I actually have, something here. Advanced taming. Very nice. I have something here that I check this article if you are suffering from slow intelligence parsing. Right? So there was a theory behind this thing. For those who suffer from Visual Studio intelligence slowness, I know there was all this thing that I linked, and I wanted to read one day, but I never did it. I don't know, maybe we can try. If I didn't do it yet, it is pretty old thread. It's 2015, but I think it may still be valid somehow. So basically, it's saying to add this flag for IntelliSense inside vcproject.cs. You can look at the following line and make force using. I don't even know if this exists anymore, Now build a real tool. Next time generate project file, it will contain the flag. The file can only be found if you build the engine from source. That means it's an engine source program. Engine source. I don't know. I can try to say it is there. This was an idea to reduce, but I think I never did it. vcproject.cs. Obviously it doesn't exist anymore. There is no VC project here, unfortunately. Let me see if there is any new post saying like in 2019. There is 2018. I found where I can find this file. I found it in my respective EU engine version folder. EU engine version, but it seems to be read only. If it's read only, who cares? EU engine version folder. Let me search VC project. VC project CS actually exists. Is under project files Visual Studio, so it's a different directory. Yes, is here. And then it's saying to have. It's saying to do what? It's saying to search and make. This doesn't exist anymore. Project file generator. I don't know. I think this thing changed during the years, but basically what they want to add is adding this additional option, which is /UI. Seems to be a very big file to study now, so I think I will not do it. But I can post how to do this in EU 424 plus. So I found a file. Let me open the other one, VC project file generator. Maybe it's this one. Let me see if there is an nmake here. Maybe. No. I don't know. It's 3 million lines. I don't want to read this. But we can post a question. We can post a question saying that we have these two files. And these two files are actually available. I see these two files. I see these two files, but they don't contain the nmake line mentioned above. Okay, I don't know. What's the reply? I mean, my thing is super slow, so super slow. Where is my signature? Ah, where is my signature? Okay, so okay, scratch that. We cannot do that. So, but anyway, so there is a look at angle. Okay, so there is the angle at which, right, I have a perfect line between my target and myself and my target. Is the camera angle or is the character angle? Is the character angle, because I'm taking the actor location. Okay, so now I just need to compare it with my get actor rotation, right? Sometimes it's low even to. So now I need to compare it with my attacker rotation and giving a kind of a. So I think I can just. Can I do one minus the other? Or this will never work? First of all, I don't know if this is coming out as 180 degrees or whatever. If I do one minus the other ABS a certain value, the problem is if the freaking, because these rotations sometimes in Unreal is a bit stupid and is like 0 0 minus 180 and then 0 plus 180. I don't remember which case is which, but I remember that I faced this problem already. What is the value that is get active? Why in the documentation they don't tell us, for example, that it is from 0 to 360? If it's in radians, if it's in freaking Euler angles, if it's in whatever. Look at the documentation of Unreal Engine. Get actor rotation. Documentation, get actor rotation. I mean, what the fuck? I did it already a million times, but I don't remember. Get component rotation. If I print the value, I get something like 0.90. Get actor rotation. If I print the value, I get something like 0.63. What? I think it's in radian. I think it's in degrees. I think it's in degrees, but I just don't remember if it does this trick of minus 100 plus 100. So if I am like here and I'm subtracting it from this, I don't think it will work. If I am at 100, let's say that if I'm at 170 and I'm subtracting it from I'm subtracting it from 170 here, the result will be 0. Well, it will be plus in reality. It will be 300 and something. But it will not be correct, you know. In fact, I remember I had a function which was giving me the rotation. Isn't there a freaking get denormalized? Yes, maybe get denormalized is doing something. Get normalized. No, I think normalize is just moving it to 1. Get Manhattan distance. That's interesting. Get winding and reminder. Decomposes this rotator into a winding part, multiplies of 360, and the reminder part. Reminder will also be in a minus 180 plus 180 range. Yeah, you see that there is this freaking minus 100 plus 180. I don't know why, but there is this shit of minus 180. In fact, if I search my code for minus 180, I tell you that probably we will find it because I did this already. If I search the current project for minus 180, I did this thing already. Yeah, you see? Convert to 360. As a default is minus 180 plus 180. So what I do is that if it's less than 0, I just add 360. Okay, is that correct? If it's minus 180, I mean if it's minus than 0, less than 0, I add 360. I think it's okay. Hello, Tony. How are you, man? So I think I can assume that that's coming out as 360. And by the way, I want to get only the jaw, right? Yes, I want to get only the jaw, which is actually the so actually, you know, I would change it to float. Because we don't care if it's vertically, right? If he's looking up or looking down, we just want to see if we are looking left or right. Do I need to transform both of them? Yeah, I think I need to transform both of them to 360. I don't know why I need to do this. Why they cannot just came out at 360? So stupid. What have you missed? You have missed that we are working on combat and we are trying to change the way combat works. In particular, at the moment you need to have something selected to fight, and that is pretty bad overall as a design. I mean, it was working well in the past where basically you were fighting automatically, but now that you are fighting in a more interactive way, we want to do it that whatever you have in front of you and whatever you are looking at is becoming automatically your target. Okay, so and that's the idea. Now you can still select, for example, for spells, because you may decide to target a specific monster with an area of effect spell, but I think that could probably work the same way. So it's just where you are looking at. But anyway, so we convert these two things to so at this point we can just do one minus the other, you know. And Oops. What? We can just do one minus the other and see if this if the ABS of this is greater than whatever value we decide, you know, whatever value we decide. So I think we can put it in a define somewhere. I think we have the defines like in psconst. I think in psconst we have a bunch of defines. Like, let me see if there are any angles already. I don't think so. I don't think we have any angles, but no. But we can add it here, no problem. So we can add here maybe at the bottom of everything, like here. And we can say define. How do we call an angle? How do we call the angle that we allow the people to attack when looking at an enemy? Attack angle. Attack. I mean, it's not the angle. It's the delta. You know. It's the difference. Okay. Anyway, let's call it attack angle. Attack angle. Attack angle. I mean, should we do it the full? Yeah, I think we should do it the full, right? So if my character is looking, wait a second, I have a question. So if my character is looking here, and we say that this angle is like 10 degrees, I want it to be sure that it is both sides, right? So that it can also, so that the value is 10 on one side or 10 on the other side. But if I already do the difference plus the ABS, I think it should be fine, right? Because I'm already subtracting the two angles and doing the ABS. So yeah, so basically this is the attack angle for one side. And let's say that is, how much should be? I don't know, 20 degrees? 20 degrees, so which means 40. You know, if you do 20, it will be 20 plus 20. It's too narrow. It seems that it was like a very small, was 10% of 3, so was 10% of 360, so it was like 36 degree. So it was actually 60 degree. Um, 10 degree, 20 degree, no, 20 degrees is too little. 30 degrees, huh? 30 degrees seems reasonable. 30 degree both sides. 20 is super small. 40 starts to be a bit too much. Let's do 30 now and see how it works, okay? 30. So there is the angle It's not the angle, it's the difference between the angle. How do you call that in English? I don't know. The threshold? The threshold, maybe? Allowance? Let's call it allowance. I don't know if it translates, but I think it makes sense to me. Angle allowance from target to player rotation on one side. I think I will never understand what I wrote if I look at angle allowance from target to play. Angle allowance from player rotation given angle allowance given player rotation and target position. There is one side, so 30 multiplied by 2 would be 60 degrees in front of the player to be able to be able to attack. I don't know. Anyway, I think that this is reasonably explained. So here we say if delta angle ABS, so we need the ABS of this, right? If the ABS of this is less or equal to the attack angle, then we are good, right? So let's say if it's greater, so if it's greater then we will have to go with a bad angle result. Return bad angle. Right? Now this I don't need anymore. Well, let's keep it so that the script doesn't break. But so the problem is that now I should change the script though, because there is no way. I have to change the script because I need this bad angle to never happen. I have no other way. I need to change the script in the database, unfortunately. Otherwise, he may come up with a bad angle. So all of this angle, exit. Well, I can remove only the exit bad angle maybe for now. I mean, you can still do the calculation. I'm going to remove these two things. Okay, so now we can test if it works somehow. I think I will launch it in debug mode though, because there is too much going on here. And I don't think it will work at the first try. Well, we were very lucky previously that the previous code worked at the first try, which was insane. I was very impressed by myself. Now, this is going to work also for NPC, because I think that this piece of code is getting executed anyway. Does it work for them? Does it work for them? They don't have a camera. They don't have a camera, but the camera is only for targeting. No, I think it will work okay because they go through another part of the code which is just checking the target, and they are setting the target automatically based on the damage that they receive. So if you are damaging him or anyway attacking him, is sensing you and is setting his target to you, and then from that point on it will use you as a target. So the target will be right. And now here we are assuming that, yeah, and so this target will be valid. This get target will be, but by the way, here we do get target and not get target object. I'm a bit scared about these two functions. Get target object. Why we need two? I don't know. Compiler limit internal heap limit reached. Holy moly. What the hell is this? Failed to create virtual memory for PCH. What? We finished the disk space? I think we finished the disk space as usual. I really need to buy another SSD drive, I guess. No, we have 6 gigabytes available. What does it mean? I messed up some parentheses and the compilation is going. One succeeded. Okay. So it was failed before, now we run it again. Succeeded. Okay, man. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Guys, the good news is that next week I'm working, but the week after I will be in holidays, okay? So next week goes from the 27th to the 31st. So this week I'm working, but the next week I will take holidays. And now the question is, do I want to go somewhere, considering the corona, or do I just want to develop the game, you know? 321. I think yeah. So there is a decision I have to make. There is a big decision I have to make. Big decision. Big decision, but I will take it next week. I mean, I would like to go somewhere actually, but with this corona thing, I mean, if I stay within the country, maybe it's not too bad. Right? If I stay within the country, it's fine, but if I go outside the country, which I would prefer, but if I go outside the country, then, you know, airports and starts to be a problem. So there are so many regions now which are in trouble, right? Still so many regions. Let me see. Still so many regions. US obviously out of question. Brazil out of question. India out of the question. Russia out of question. South Africa. South Africa went up a lot. I don't remember South Africa. Mexico as well. United, like UK, but I mean all these countries, I don't care. United Kingdom, I mean, not that I don't care. Obviously, is a problem that they have this problem. I'm saying I don't care for traveling for my holidays, traveling this summer. Okay, obviously I care about all of these people, but that does not impact me. Let's say, yeah, United Kingdom, for example, is going up a lot. Spain is going up a lot as well, but I think Spain kind of reached the cap because now 272,000 I think is pretty low compared to so they didn't grow anymore. They've grown in the last month or so, but now they're not growing anymore. While UK is growing a lot compared to what it was before. So yeah, but country like Germany is 200,000, France. I don't know. I mean the countries around me like Spain, France, Germany, are all still a bit in trouble. We'll see. Can I connect or no? I'd like to connect. If there is anyone new connected to the stream, please click on follow. That will help me. If you click on follow on Twitch and click subscribe on YouTube, that would be nice. Okay, it's actually connecting. Why timed out? What is the problem? I added only a few lines. Is it running or not running? It is running. Why doesn't connect anymore? Something happened. I think we are at 6 a.m. Right? We have an issue. I don't know why. We have an issue of system uh, server options. We have an issue with a loop, with something that goes in a loop forever at a certain time of the day. We are not at 6 p.m. or at 6 a.m. We are at 2. Strange. No, but here it is saying 6. Okay. Yeah. So I'm looking at the wrong database. We are at 6 actually. So there is something happening that some of our NPC are trying to search a position in the world and they cannot do it. You see, we are exactly at 6. And the server side start to loop indefinitely in this function, which is basically searching with a standard geometry algorithm, is searching a position inside a polygon, and for some reason if the polygon is not defined correctly, or I don't know exactly what is the case, but there is a case that it is looping forever. And is actually the function that is looping is not this one, but is the one calling it. I thought I did some changes to fix it, but hopefully, I think it's not fixed. But it doesn't happen in production. It happens only with the dummy data. In production never happened, so that's why I'm not caring too much about it. Okay, so now I think it will work okay. The reason is that our NPC are kind of moving. Okay. Yeah, loading up. Okay, so now we're in debug mode. What we have seen is that okay, what we have now is not selected. What we have seen is that if I enter combat mode and I actually highlight this guy with my cursor, my character will try to attack him when I left click, right? What we have seen that there was an angle, but we can just try like this now. Okay, let me see. The delta angle is 192. And we are returning bad angle. You must face the enemy. Okay, let me remove the breakpoint for a second, but seems that it worked okay. So it's 192 degrees. Seems to be correct, right? Because is the boom. 192 degrees seems to be correct because actually what we are doing, we are calculating between our position and where I'm looking at, which is, you know, like this direction, and actually the direction I'm looking at, which is this one. So this angle is 180 degrees. Now we have a 192, which probably is correct. So it is nice. So now let's try to face like this. You says again you must face the enemy to attack. Now I don't know why the attack animation is starting anyway, but now let me go like not straightly in front, but something like that. So this should be, I think, more than 40 degrees. Yes, let me see how much is that. Boom. I have to do it quick, otherwise the client will disconnect. Minus 42, yeah. Okay, well, I can put the breakpoint here actually. So we are at 42 here. We are at 42, so if I rotate slightly, I will be in the 30 range, I think. Yeah, so now at minus 9. Yes, so actually I attacked. Okay, it seems to work okay. I mean, it seems to work fine. Apart from the animations. And what if I don't target him at all? So let's say that I'm here, I'm facing him, but I mistake my hit. So instead of marking him, I'm marking slightly outside of his figure, and I try to click. And you see that he's telling me that I cannot attack an object. Now, this message cannot attack an object is pretty bad. I think we can just say you missed or something, or you cannot you cannot attack an object is not really great, but so but I think that this is already a bit more interactive, you know. So like I can run around, and if when I hit, I'm facing the enemy properly. Then it works. If I try to attack and go back, it will not work, you know. So I think it is okay to me. It is kind of working for me. So you are forced, you know, you are forced to face the enemy and kind of hit. Why said you must face the enemy? I think because if I'm moving, ah yes, you see, like I clicked, but I immediately looked the other way, and actually he detected that I faced away from the character, and it didn't count the hit, which I think is good, because I think the calculation of the attack is actually happening when my weapon is in the middle of the swing. Now the only problem I have is that when I'm hitting, it seems I cannot really rotate. But basically you need to stay, you know, you need to stay in the position until the actual hit lands. Now maybe you can do something different. You can start the hit before. Let's say that I go here. I start the hit before and then I turn to him, okay? Yes, this works. Unfortunately, the animation is... I mean, what I don't like is that the attack animation is not blended into the movement at the moment, but this is gonna change in the future, so I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Okay, I think we did it. I think we did what I wanted to do. So just to summarize, what we did is that you don't need to have an object selected or let's say an NPC selected to start an attack. So as long as you are in combat mode and you have your crosshair on top of the enemy you want to hit, and you are facing him with a 30-degree vision, so 30 on the left and 30 on the right, then you can properly hit. So these are the conditions, right? So the conditions are... So the conditions to hit... The conditions to hit are that you have the target under your crosshair. You can have any part of his body under his crosshair is fine, right? Can even be the feet, anything. So these are the conditions. You are facing the enemy, so meaning plus or minus 30 degrees, right? Well, you are in range, obviously, all the other stuff, but let's say you are facing the enemy when the hit lands. So that's the important part of this. Because if you're facing the enemy only at the start of the hit and then you go another direction, you rotate another direction, it will not work, right? So which I think is fine. Okay, I think that is good. I think we did what I wanted to do, so I'm very happy about that. Now let's do a few other things while we are here. I think the role is not working anymore. No, the role is working. The role is kind of working, but what the hell? If I press shift, I go in shift R for some reason is bringing me into the chat. I don't know why. We'll have to check that. So a few things I want to do. First thing, I want to remove this freaking UI for cast magic, which is maybe we can check in there. Let's check in this. Did I want to move it? Wait, did I want to move it to a function somewhere so that I can call it multiple times? That would be nice, huh? If I could move this thing to a library function, somewhere, you know, in Combat Manager, for example, is the best place, or even in PS Attack, but I think it could be. No, I think in Combat Manager is better. Do I want to return the angle? I want to return the delta angle, and then yes, I think it's this thing. So just this piece, because I'm thinking that we could reuse it in the blueprints as well, where I'm doing the camera location, and we can have it in C++, because this thing I think will be used a lot, you know. But in the blueprint, I was doing it slightly different, right? In the blueprint, I was doing the target. Because I changed two pieces. I changed one inside PS Attack. And then I changed one in User Manager. Which is this one, setting the target which is in front of me. You know, one problem that we may have related to this is that at the moment I'm setting the target server side, but I'm not visually setting the target client side. So you don't see the marker under the player, under the enemy, and it may happen that you have another character next to you that you had selected before. You will not see the target changing while the actual target has been changed. Well, one thing that we could do, but I don't know if it's a good idea, but one thing that we could do, we could, instead of setting the target object, right, we could use this target as an input for all the attack. The problem I see is that I'm pretty sure that inside of this thing, there will be other piece of code. So there will be other piece of code which is using the get target object. So at the moment we are having, so let's imagine there is another character. Let's imagine this character is one guy, but we also have another character here, right? Another enemy. So what will happen, let me remove this. What will happen is that imagine that I have this character selected, okay, with our selection marker, whatever it is. Okay, so this character is selected, this guy. Selected, I mean visually, okay, and also selected server side. Then for some reason I decide to attack this guy, facing him. Okay, obviously I will face him and attack him. Now this piece of code that we just added here will set the target server side to this guy, but visually the targeting will remain on the other one because it's the last one that I clicked. I explicitly targeted, okay? And this I think is a bad idea, because what happens next is then maybe you exit from combat mode and you decide to cast a spell or do something on this character, and you think that it will happen on this guy here because he's the one selected. But in reality, the server thinks that you have this one selected, right? And so if you cast a spell on target, it will actually hit this guy and not this guy. So I think that if I don't switch also client side the target, I think it will be very confusing. I think it will be super confusing. The problem is, do I have a way to switch target client side being called from the server side? Because I think at the moment we only have code. I mean, we only have blueprints that are working on interaction with the mouse. So I don't think we can do it, but I would like to do it. I would like to send a message to select something. Now finding it into this mess will not be very easy, but let's try. So mouse and keyboard. We want the left click. Yes, the left click. Item click. Okay, clicked mouse. Slot click on release. Mouse to cursor. Player top and true or false. Spell window. 3D adjustment. No. Create fixed. No. It's none of these cases. I'm a bit lost. Because probably is not this the right place. Item click. So I left click. I'm not in combat mode. I think it's here. So is this area? Okay. So mouse trace and select. Here it is. Mouse trace and select. Trace mouse under cursor. So, but all of this in theory we did already. So we need only to. Is this part of the code actually? Calculate emitter position, get scaled capsule, set emitter size. Yeah, it's like we need to go into this function, but because this is the function that is actually doing show name on selected actor, show name on selected actor, destroy component, set target object, spawn emitter attached. There is the function that is actually spawning the emitter. Is this one. So or I reuse or I split this piece into a separate function and then we call it from the server side, or I enter in this function somehow. I put like a boolean here and I say no trace, and when it's no trace because trace is already done. Yeah, but it's a bit of a spaghetti code anyway. It's a bit spaghetti. I think we can, because also all of this, show name on selected actor, all of this should not be done in this case. It's only a pure spawning of the emitter. Yes, but we also have to remove the emitter from the previous one. So in reality it's not that true, because we also need to remove, like it does here, because you see that here is doing show name of the selected actor. But this freaking show name, I don't think is delete destroy component, set target object. Sorry, I'm a bit lost how it's doing it here. So here is removing the previous marker, and here is adding the new marker. Okay. So in theory, we should enter there is another problem of this function, that if I'm calling this function server side after I have selected the target, this check if same target will fail. I mean, will think is the same target just because I've set it on the server side, and there is a problem. How do I solve this? It's a bit of a mess. Blueprints are nice. Blueprints are very nice, but sometimes things like this happens, that you are basically, kind of are coding your logic into a single blueprint like I did here, and I didn't encapsulate it enough in different functions, and so now I have the problem that the logic is partially in C++, partially in the blueprint, and now I want to, I have another branch, I have another use case where the C++ is calling the blueprint, and I find myself in a uncomfortable position, because if I call this function with an additional parameter like actor, which seems to be to me the easiest, right? It seems to me to be the easiest, so I will have to call it client side. So the server should call the client, pass the actor that I selected, and here we should have a branch. If the actor exists, then we just skip this trace and we go here. If the actor is not valid, is null. If the actor is null, we do the trace, right? And so everything executes as usual. But if I skip this trace, then the hit result will not work. Yeah. So I will not go out with a hit result. But that I can probably survive, because I can have another return node which is without the hit result. Okay, that's kind of fine. This range condition, we don't care, so you have to skip this as well. But the problem will be when I reach this part of the code, when it's trying to check if I have a same target or not. Considering I already have set server side the target to be the new one, this one will fail. Unless I switch the target first and then I set the target. But it's a mess, because going client and server is a bad idea. I think I need to decouple, what I need to do, I need to decouple the visual effect and the selection of the target server side. At the moment, they are coupled together in a single blueprint, which is this one. So I have a bit of visuals and a bit of really game logic in the same blueprint, and that is what is messing me up. The fact is that I did it like this because there are actually some dependencies. So if I'm trying to click on an item, or I'm trying to click on a waypoint, or I'm trying to click on a character, both the visual and the game logic are affected. And so I decided to put it in the same branch, in the same if branch here. So let's go back to the idea of adding actor here and doing a branch at the beginning and skipping the trace. Okay, so if I do that, then all of this will work fine, because it's just calculating the size of the emitter and it's just checking if it's a character, an item, or a waypoint. But then it will arrive here, and that is the issue. It will do if same target. Now, what I could do, I could branch again, and I could say if the actor is valid, so if the actor has been already provided by the server side, then don't do this check. Okay? Don't do this check here. And no, well, it should do it anyway. No, she can do. No, actually, this one it can do it anyway with the selected. Because the selected object is only client side. This variable is not replicated. Is only client side. Is what he has selected client side. So I think this check will actually work. Yes, because this is not doing get selected object from the server. This is just using the client side setting, or this is the client side variable. Which is the character I clicked on. So I think it should be fine. So this one is fine. This one is fine. This one is fine. This one is fine. Now, here I will try to set again the target object server side. This one I will have to skip because I just did it. I just did it here in the code, right? So I think we have a solution. 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 The solution is to create a new event on my. I have to go through player controller, I think, but I can also go through my. I can also go through the PS character. Well, he has to be on the controller because he has to be on the right player. But yeah, he has to be on the player controller. He has to be on the player controller. So let me create a new function. It will be a new implementable event. I can put it under what is a good category? Stats and skills, inventory and exchange, quest, character interaction. I think I can put it in character interactions. Okay, so we will put it here. And this will be a new blueprint implementable event, which will ask the client to switch the currently selected object, being a character or item. I mean, we don't care too much about that. And this will be called receive selected object or set, because receive is usually based on a request, right? Let's say set. The problem is that set selected object is used already in a million other places. Set visually selected object. Okay, so it's only the visuals. We are changing only the visuals here. Maybe we can call it display. Activate display on activate marker. Yes, let's call it activate marker on selected objects. Okay, let's do like this. Activate marker on selected object. So it's very clear what it does. It's not a receive, meaning that we are responding to a question from the server, right? The only thing it needs is an APS character. Right? So I need an APS character. No. It can also be an object. It must be an A actor. It must be an A actor. Right? Do we want to have a boolean like on or off? Actually, no, because it is only the selection. So when it's activated, when it's deactivated, we already have that. We already have that done in another part of the code, right? If I'm clicking, yeah, because that's working already. That's working already. The only point, well, I don't know though, because here, no. We need a boolean. We need a boolean. Because here I may miss. The trace may result in an empty actor. So I need a boolean which will be, it has to be const, otherwise I don't know, Unreal Engine doesn't work, which will be active marker, right? Or marker, I don't know, we can just call it marker, or on or off. Okay. Okay. So this function now will be a blueprint implementable event. So I will have from this code to detect when my marker is active, when I'm detecting something under the click of the mouse, based on all the consideration we did above, right? In terms of but there is a problem though. No, but it's okay. It's okay because even if I miss, even if I'm not in the range and I have to face, he will. Anyway, I clicked on him, so it will automatically change the target. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. The theory is working. So I just don't have to mess up here. So we have two cases. One case that the actor is actually null, in one case in which is not. So we have to act differently in the two cases. Now the set target object can be done the same, but if the trace result actor get is empty, so it's not a valid object, right? Do I have it in is valid or something? Is valid low level? What do you mean? I mean, this may return an empty actor, we said, right? I mean, should I check if it's equal to null or what? I think I should check if it's equal to null. If it's equal to null means no target, right? No target. So if it's equal to null, we need to call on our maybe we can just let me do this, otherwise it's a mess. Let me just simplify a bit this, otherwise we have to recall this thing 20 times and it's not a good idea. Okay, so my controller, and we will call the new function, which is activate marker on object select, select whatever, and this one will take the this one, in case it's null, obviously we'll have no actor, right? You will obviously have no actor, and you will have false as a marker, right? No suitable conversion from int to a actor. Because it's not a pointer. I know, but I cannot pass a pointer through RPC. I don't know. Can I do this? No. I don't think so. I mean, I cannot pass. I mean, I need to say that that actor is empty. So I can make it optional, or I can pass an empty actor. How do I pass an empty actor? How can I pass an empty actor to an RPC? Hmm? Am I confusing myself, or I'm trying to do something that is impossible? So what I want to have this function, which is an RPC function, to have one object. Well, I could have two functions actually. That probably would be the easiest. I can have one to deactivate and one to activate, and when it's activate, obviously the actor is true, and in the other, but why I cannot pass? Why? Because here is defined. Can I define this? No, I cannot define this as a pointer for sure, because this is the way the blueprint implementable event is working. Can I? Sorry, why I need the actor? Wait, I need the actor only in the activation. Yeah, I think I need two functions. They're probably the easiest. I don't know how to do it differently. I don't know how to do it differently. So I will do. I will do it like this. So I will have an activate, which is passing through the actor that is actually getting selected, and in this case is valid. And then I will have a deactivate function, which is just deactivating the visual. Okay. And why I'm doing all this? Because It's true that I click on the client, but it's also true that the attack resolution is completed on the server. So I cannot, easily detect. I mean, I could keep a variable on the client saying I clicked or whatever, nothing returned, and so deactivate. But it seems to be very, very bad. Can I use null pointer there? I don't know. You're saying to use null pointer? If I can use null pointer, I would prefer. If I can use one function, I would prefer. But it seems he doesn't like it. Let me try. Hmm. Seems he liked it. No, seems he's not parsing it. Still thinking. We're still thinking because I changed this one, which is a pretty big one. He's still thinking a lot. Okay, now you got the error on null. Not yet. Okay. Let's see. No suitable constructor exists to convert null pointer to a actor. The reason is that it needs an a actor pointer in theory, in the RPC call. But in the RPC call, I cannot have a pointer because it's an RPC call. So by default, I cannot, right? So it has to be the way it is. So in theory, if this function had a actor pointer as a parameter, yes, but it cannot be done because the RPC call has to be done this way with const actor and blah blah blah. So that's the way he knows that it is a blueprint implementable event and such. So I don't think I can change this. It will not work if I change this. So I think the only way I have is to do this, is to have the two functions, which I think is okay. I think it's okay anyway. So it's not too, I mean, it's just two functions. I mean, it's fine. So one will deactivate the now the only stupid thing is that if I have the marker equal to the same yes, it will not go through this. So if I'm clicking 2 times on the same character, it will not enter here because this will be equal and not different. So so I think it's fine. Okay. So in this case, I will activate the marker on the selected object, and this function takes my actor, okay, which is this guy, okay. What the fuck? I need this freaking actor. I don't know, man. I mean, I need that. Okay. Okay. So I think he got it. So, um, okay. So this will call this function. Okay. I think we are fine. I don't know if it will work, but we will see. Let me recompile this and then relaunch the editor. We should see these two new functions, and then we will. I mean, we need two characters, one which is selected before combat mode and one which is not selected, and then we will try to attack the second one and see if the marker is automatically moved, right, between the two targets. I don't know, seems very simple, but at the end is kind of complex, you know. I mean, this thing should be simple, but the fact that we are bouncing between server and client, and we are interacting with the server logic and with the visuals on the client side, and there are different cases, you know, say combat mode on, combat mode off, and all of that is making it complex. It's making it complex. So we are compiling, just a second. Okay, one failed. Missing a. What? Expected a pointer type? Do I have another case where I passed in the... Do I have another case where I passed in an actor in a blueprint implementable event? Ah. Ah. Okay. So it's possible. No, I didn't. I didn't upgrade to 425, but I think we will have to do it sooner or later. I think we'll have to do it because I want to integrate a new locomotion system. I'm usually trying to wait a bit more, but 425. Did we finish this command at the end or no? Out of memory. I was trying to check the dates here, but yeah. At the moment we are on 425.1. which I think is the latest, right? So I mean it exists, not we are on, because we are on 4.24.3, but 4.25 exists. But I don't know. I don't know if it's too early. It's only one or 2 months since it came out, and I'm a bit scared that I'm going to run into issues, and I don't want to. I want other people to find the issue, and then I will jump on when it's stable. So usually I tend to move when it's a .3 or .2.3 to ensure that everyone already nailed out the major bugs. Anyway, it seems that we can pass on in an implementable event a pointer, which I'm a bit surprised by, but it's okay. So if we can really pass a pointer, and actually there is no const. There is no const. It is very interesting. So we can actually do this. I mean, if you can do it this way, it will be fine. I mean, if it works. But again, I need to be able to pass this pointer to it. No, sorry. So this should be null. Did you upgrade Gion or no? What is your upgrade schedule? I mean, you are upgrading as soon as they come out, or you upgrade cautiously? And the problem is that when I upgrade, there are at least 10 other people that need to upgrade, and or 6, I don't know, 6, 7. So, and some of them are artists, so are not, or are, rules people, setting people. I mean, they are not programmers. So asking them to do the upgrade is always a trouble, because they do mistakes, or maybe they, I don't know, something changed, their Visual Studio is not updated. There is always something, and at the end we spend like 3 days just trying to catch the issue. So I move only if absolutely necessary, and I move only if I know that the release is stable. But I've seen some good stuff on 4.25, so definitely something we want to move. I think 4.26 will be probably even be better though, because 4.26 they start to be, at least for me, some improvement to the open world and things like that, so it should really benefit. Okay, so he succeeded actually. So this way is possible. Okay. Okay. So now we should find those 2 new functions in our player controller. So let's have the editor start up. Now, in my player controller, I can detect that call. I think the interesting one will be the migration to Unreal Engine 5. Yeah, Niagara is production ready in 25, no? I think 25 is already the one where it's production ready, if I remember right. But okay, so Magic and Combat. So I think we should put it here because it's anyway under Magic and Combat. So we will have our activate whatever. You see now it's showing up because we compiled it on the other side. Now I need to get my pawn and I need to cast it to Planeshift player controller to PS character whatever. And we will call mouse raise and select where the traced instance at this point is not relevant because we will anyway skip there is a problem though. There is a problem. There is a problem. Well, it's not a big problem, but so here we need to have the selected actor or whatever it's called. Let's call it selected actor. And this should be just an actor because then we do the switch later on. But we also need why we don't just use the actor if he's null, the marker is automatically off, and if he's true, the marker is automatically on. I don't know why I have this marker thing. The problem is that I need to know if this is coming from the server side or not. I know it's not very nice to have a variable that is called server call. I understand it's not very nice. But I don't think I have another way to do it. So basically, if it's a server call, if it's not a server call, everything runs as usual, right? But if it's a server call, then we will skip the trace mouse and I need a new local variable, because otherwise this will not work. A local variable only to inside this function, which we can call it current actor. And we will have to set, if the server is true, we will have to set the selected actor to the current actor to this. And then we will have to use the current actor as the one that is basically populating everything. While if is client side, we do the trace, and we set the it actor equal to the current actor. Right? And now the problem is I mean, yes, I'm going in, so the only difference, between the two is that I'm doing the trace or I'm not doing the trace. So that's the difference between the two cases. Now the problem is that when I'm not doing the trace, because I already have the actor coming from the server side, what I do about this hit or no hit? What I do about this shit? This shit is used only in the return mode, so actually I don't care about it. So I can just say that if it's a server call, so I will have two different returns, One, if it's coming from the client and everything is working fine, and one, if it's coming from the server side. So if it's coming from the client, we will just return as we were returning before. If we are coming from the server, we basically just return. We don't care about any of this, because we will not do anything after this. So we don't care about these values. We already know what we are doing. So we will just return nothing. Right? The problem is everything else in here working fine now? That's a very good question. Because the current actor may be null, right? If we didn't select anything. And I think that this is already taken into account here. This cast will fail, this cast will fail, this cast will fail. And so it will take the current selected object, it will remove the name, it will take the object marker, it will destroy it, it will set my selected object to null, and it will, this is not good, because here we are doing it twice then. So here we can, we can branch again. It's a bit of a mess, but here I think we can branch again. And yeah, I'm not a fan of this part of the code actually, but I don't think there is another easier way to do it. So we are not going to set the target object again if it's a server-side call, because we just set it there, and it's useless to do it again. We'll be just duplicating the thing twice, so it's a bad idea. So this branch will work. Now, if we are here, and the actor is not, well, and we are, it is also this one, not within range. Not within range. This one will fail if we come from the server call. This one will fail if we come from the server call. Well, we should assume that, yeah, exactly. So if we are in a server call, actually, we will do this. We will do this. We will skip this check. We will go directly here. Now the problem is, if the actor is not valid, so if this actor is actually null, should we just bail out all these checks and avoid having like three failed checks for nothing and just go directly here? Probably that would be the best. There is the case where it's not valid, so yeah, let's do this. So here I can say that if this is valid, if this is a valid object, then I go here. If it's not valid, I think I can directly go down here and anyway, and we start to clean up the marker. Right? Let me think about it, because we added a bit of complexity into this thing, and so I'm basically using only the server call and the server call parameter, and I'm using the fact if my object is valid or not valid. Server call should be flagged, obviously, but I'm not using the marker on or off because I'm doing it based on the actor. I mean, we can test it and see what it does. In terms of flow, it should be fine. Null and false. I mean, we can remove this, by the way. So in the case the target is the same, we are not calling the client. Yeah, so everything remains as it is. So we're really doing nothing. So if I hit the same character twice, nothing will happen. Okay. Yeah, because the marker stays where it is. The first time the marker is not set, yeah, I think it will work. I think it should work. This is usually when it doesn't, but I think it should be fine. So server asks to select a specific object or clear the selection if object is null. Okay. Okay, let's see if this thing. I compiled the server side already, so I think I can just start it. Maybe I will close the editor just to save some memory. Do I want to start it in debug mode? But we can. I mean, we have seen that this works already. I just want to see maybe if I'm pushing through a null or not null. So yeah, let's launch it in debug mode. As authority of this server. Yeah, but here the problem is not that the same function is called twice. Oh, by the way, I completely fucked up something. Wait, this will never work. The problem is not that the same function is called from the server or from the client, and so I could use a server or something. But the problem is that the function is executed anyway on the client, but is initiated, if you want, from a server logic or from a client logic. So it's the server that is saying, yes, you attacked this particular hero, and so you have to enable the marker, versus the client which actually clicked on that object or on that hero and is enabling the marker. So so it is a bit different. But the mess up that I did, I cannot do this. Obviously, this will never work because this is client side. So I need to create a new event and move client side. We didn't move client side. Activate marker on selected object on client. That is running on owning client and reliable, and this should have an actor as an input. If we don't move client side, this will never work, right? Marker we don't need, I think we can remove. So with the usual notation, we will move this kind of here, so we know that the server is calling us, and then we are moving to the client, and then from the client we are calling this trace and select, which is still on the client, but we notify that this is coming from the server side, and so we don't have to do the trace again, okay? Because the trace has already been done by for us, and the selected actor has been selected or is null if we cleared out the. So I think that now we have a better chance that it works actually. Hello, Sway. So yeah, let me start it here. I just have a bit of a problem with the null pointers and is valid, you know, because I don't know, I've seen that sometimes that is getting, it is a bit weird for Unreal. So Unreal is not expecting object to be null. Unreal is expecting object to be valid, usually. I mean, it usually prefers an empty object than a null object. So like every function usually create an empty object. I don't know, maybe not. But I've seen a few cases that a null pointer was messing up with them, while an empty object, so an object just initialized, was something that he would like more. That he likes more. Okay, we should give some time to the server to actually start up. Still loading. I think basically when you reach a steady state, it means that it's fully loaded. By the way, I should also roll back the fake changes I did just to test the updater. So this is something we should do. And I have to remove this window getting saved into the... This initial loading is insane, by the way. I think it's still already rendering, so it's already spending time rendering, while I really don't need that, but... Okay, so this guy in front of me is not selected. I need another guy selected. I don't have another guy. That's the problem. Can someone come here? Well, I can select an object. Yeah, I can select an object. I can select an item. So let's drop this mug and let's select the mug. So the mug is selected at the moment, okay? Yeah, if I click, it will deselect, but at the moment I'm not clicking anywhere. I'm just going into combat mode. I'm pointing at this guy and I'm left click. Let me put in myself in a place where I see the mug, and I'm left clicking. Okay. Wow. It worked exactly as expected. I'm impressed. So it actually worked properly, in the sense that the marker went from the mug to the character, the name as well, and I was able to attack. Now let's see if I click again. Fine. Let's see if I click outside. Okay. Let's see if I manually select the mug and then I click outside. Okay. Let's see if I in combat try to click on the mug. Nothing happens, which is okay. I go back to this guy. Okay. I think it's working very well. I don't know, I'm impressed. Today, whatever I do, it works. It's insane. I don't know. I mean, it works at the first try, which is insane. It works at the first try, boys. It never happened. Oh my god. Okay, good. So now we can remove this because we don't use it. Then maybe there will be cases where it doesn't work, okay? But for now, it seems to work fine. So let me remove this, recompile, go to the editor and remove it. But yeah, it's good. I think it worked fine. So basically we are automatically selecting the character based on whatever you click on while in combat mode, which is exactly what we wanted. So there is no need to select anything anymore. It will just automatically work like you are expecting that it works, right? I'm sorry, I'm just speaking with someone. It failed. What is this? Compiler limit, internal heap limit reached. So, why sometimes it say this? Is my machine going crazy or? So it's in Italian. Can we switch to English? Yes. This error can be caused by too many symbols or too many template instantiations. Starting with Studio 15, this message may result in Windows increase on memory pressure because with too many parallel build processes. In this case, we recommend the use of ZM option. Consider reducing the number of parallel processes. I mean, I don't know. I mean, sometimes it says this, then I just press F7 again and it works. I don't know. Is it kind of a temporary memory fuck up? Okay, one succeeded, you're saying? So, I don't know. Okay, let me just check that this works properly. Well, we need to go to the editor now and change the and remove that parameter, because obviously that has been removed, and I have to save again the UL asset, otherwise it will give an error on the fact that the parameter is missing. And the next thing I want, so I think we did good progress here with this thing, with this combat. I still have a bit of an issue that the attack animation is a full body animation. So if I try to attack and move, the attack animation is taking priority. And so I don't see my character actually moving or rotating. And that is a bit of, I mean, it's not great, but maybe we can fix it with the new ALS. When we put the new ALS in, we can work with this layer system. They added the layer system for animation so that only specific bones are affected, and I think that that will help us so much. So much. Okay, he removed it already. Nice. Okay. So I removed that. So that is working. Okay, so this is all fine. This is all fine. Now, one thing I wanted to remove really is that annoying. Oh well, first let's check in this because I think we did good progress. It's always better to check in something when it's in a solid, state. Let me just check all the changes. This one is nothing. This one is nothing. This one should not be checked in. This one is fine. This one is fine. And all the sources. Server. What did I change? No, this one no. And this changes, yes. So what we did, we basically, when in combat mode, the target is automatically selected based on the crosshair position. Well, it's not exactly on the crosshair position, but it's automatically selected when in combat mode. Let's say in combat mode. In combat mode, the target is automatically selected when the player clicks on attack based on the crosshair position. Right? So basically it does a line trace and it finds that. Same happens when clearing the target. Okay, so it's basically done automatically and this is very nice. Yeah, the problem of upper body, I mean, it should not be upper body, it should be better blending, I think, because, if you only limit, I try to limit only to upper body, the attack animation was looking very bad, because an attack, mainly if you are with a melee weapon, is basically your whole body doing it, right? So you are moving the hips a bit and moving your legs and moving your weight or your center of balance from the back to the front, so your knees are getting, I mean, so if you just, and the same for the run or for the move, so I think that just limiting the upper body is not a good idea. We tested it and it was not working, so I think it was not looking good. So I think that the solution is a better blending between maybe with some weight, but better blending between upper body and lower body with some blending, with some weight, and then maybe it will be better. But again, ALS 4 is doing this, the one that we tested together the other day. So I think we will be fine with that whenever we upgrade. Okay, we checked in that. Now the other thing I want to do, I want to remove this freaking magic window always staying in my face. Should not be saved and should not be loaded. Right? These are two windows that should be. Now where we have the window manager and where is that excluded? I think we have it. I think we have it in W container somewhere. No. Where is the win container? W container? Easy. Okay, so inside of this, there should be the save of the windows, right? The save should be a function somewhere. Save window layout. Okay, in save window layout, there should be some windows excluded. No? We save everything. Save window layout. Let me check who is calling this. Exemption. Exactly. Exemption for the Exchange window, so it does not appear after starting the client. Exactly. Is window visible? 11. No, but I did it in a very stupid way. So here we are basically setting the window to invisible, but it's not a good idea. I don't want to save it, which is different. I don't want to change its visibility. And the problem is that the problem is that we are saving the array. We are saving the array. We are saving the array as it is now in memory. We are loading the array as it is now in memory. So the problem is that but setting the window as invisible just to have it not saved. I mean, I could do it on the loading maybe. When I load I don't load that window. Even if the position, I want to load. Maybe I can do that. When I load the window layout from the save game, I could exclude load window layout. Oh, window layout is this. Save and load. I have no idea what is this thing doing. But load window layout. Load the file name. And then he set everything. Okay. And then he set everything. Then after he has set everything, so let's assume that we go through this branch. What is this branch? Is if the version of the layout is equal to the version that we have. I don't know. Because if the version is different, it's saving it again. Okay. It's a bit stupid, but okay, fine. I mean, I don't know exactly when this will be used, but it's okay. So assuming that the version is the same, right? Assuming that the version is the same, we get all these variables where there is also the visibility, which is this window drawn, yes, and we set it here. So what we could do, we could always ignore certain windows. So we could set here some windows as always not visible. Yeah, I think that this is what we should do. I think this is what we should do. So should we do it here or should we do it down here? What are we doing down here, by the way? Down here we are PS character, camera distance, set field of view. Okay, we are loading some other. So these are the windows, and these are mouse scale, field of view. Why we are setting it twice? Set camera distance. So we set the camera distance here, and then we set the camera distance again here. Ah, no. Here we set it in the load file, I guess, right? Because we are loading it, and then, okay, I don't know. I mean, it's fine, but these are basically specific character values, which are not windows. I'm setting also the mouse scale. But again, mouse scale, okay. Mouse scale, I have it here. Set mouse scale using the load file. And then I set it on the character. So I set it twice. I set it once in the container and one in the character. Okay. I don't know why we do it twice, but there is probably a reason. There is probably a reason. I don't know which one at the moment, but I guess there is a reason. Okay, so here I would like, so the reason I'm doing this, because I would like to exclude some windows from loading. So here I think we should say, and here I can take it from the save, which was this one. So is window visible? So yeah, on this one. So exemption for the Exchange windows doesn't show, yes. Then I want to do the same for the Magic window. Avoid showing certain windows at startup. So I want the Exchange window, I want the spell casting window as well. That one is K factor window, is this one. Is the 22. K factor. But there are many others, like also the loot window. I mean, when you start up, the loot window should not be there. Anyway, the 22 for sure. K factor casting window. Then I also want the loot window, the 20. 20 should also be excluded. Okay, also the 20, so remove also this window. Then what else? What else? What else? What else? Well, NPC dialogue as well. If you're speaking with an NPC and you disconnect, that window is kind of saved as, yes, it's visible, but actually should not be loaded. Should not be loaded. I mean, you can load the position if you want, but it should not show it on screen. I forgot the number already. What was that? 12? Okay, 12. And this one was the loot window. These are all windows that should leave only for a brief time, very brief time. Exchange we removed already. Setting is okay. Friends, menu bar, maps, stats, shortcut, question. Okay, the rest I think is fine. Read book. Also the read book. I mean, you cannot show. Yeah, also the read book should be removed, because the read book is not that you save the game with the read book open and you disconnect, you reconnect, and you have the book open. You know? So it's also 23. 23 read book should be removed. Okay. Okay, I think it is already better than before. Okay. So the advantage of this, and the reason why I did it, is that at least now, when we start the client, we will not have anymore that freaking triangle or cone, that rainbow cone on the left. Yeah, client we can start. Server we can start. Because now it's not loaded, you know, it's not loaded even if it was open when it was closed. When the client was closed, I mean. Because what happened is that I was casting a spell, the client crashed or closed. I don't think it crashed, it probably closed, whatever. So it saved the fact that the K factor window was on screen. And so now, every time I log in, it shows that cone, a rainbow cone on the left, but it should not do it. Nice. It says not here anymore. Remember, there was a rainbow cone on the left, which was overlapping this window. Okay, it's not here anymore because now it's not getting loaded. So when you cast a spell, it will still show up, but because it's triggered, there is a trigger to show it. There are a few other bugs here that we should solve one day. Like the key binding seems not to be saved for whatever reason. I don't know why the chat window is getting focused immediately if I press any numbers. That's pretty weird. No, it seems that it's doing it. Now there is some problem in the logic of key bindings and chat window, because I see that now whatever key I key bind then is automatically open in the chat window, which is not what it should do. Okay, but anyway, we fixed at least that other problem, which I think is nice. The other thing I want to do, which is relatively quick, so let me check in this so that we know we did it. Let me check in this. So what we did, excluding all of that, we only changed the W container. So we removed from loading of save game or of layout, loading of layout, remove it from loading of layout of UI layout, the display of temporary windows like loot, k factor, etc. Okay, so this is a good change, so at least we don't mess up showing on screen windows that should not be shown. Now the other thing I would like to do is to revert the change that I did just for the fake updater, because I did a fake update. There it is, fake 075 release to test update, revert this when done. So I think we can revert it now. So I did the change on the config, but I think this one, yes, it's 7.5. Yeah, but it's okay. This one we can keep, because the next release that we will release anyway will be 7.5. So I think it's okay to keep it at 7.5. Then we have two assets that I just copy pasted just to and I think we should remove them. Then I changed this class. Okay, let's go one by one. Start from the code because it's the easiest. So game-based, relationship-based mode, and then let me launch the editor meanwhile. So yes, here I added this line just to change the code. So this one we can remove. and so it means that this one is done. Then we added under work content under there one new file. We should not be there. So under work content under there I added a file called amd slash build slash 054. Okay, this one should not be referenced anywhere. Exactly. So he has no father, as you can see. So this one I can delete. And then we have under npc consumer, so npc consumer. Here I copied an imwalk one, and it is. Also, this one should not have any reference. Exactly. So this one also can delete. Pending deleted asset. I mean, it's this asset. And then I have one other one which is under characters, Dermorian, female, texture, derm m arm, derm f arm. No, derm m. Sorry, derm m texture. Yes, and here I copied one twice. These changes I did just because I wanted to test the updater. So I created some fake new copy of assets to see if the updater was actually updating the game properly, and it did. So, but now I can revert them back because there is no reason for me to. Okay, I think I did it. I did everything. So these were all the changes that we put in. Yes, and the config we leave. So now I think we are good. So let me commit. This no. Okay, this one is deleted. Yes. This one is deleted. Yes. This one is deleted. Yes. This one is modified. And this one no. Okay. So reverted the changes done to the fake changes. Let's say the fake changes done to test the updater. Okay, great. So we did that as well. Okay, so we fixed the windows, we reverted this, we fixed the attack, the combat attack, so it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't have a lot of time left, but because I will eat in like 20 minutes or so, but what do we want to do next? Hey, I think the best thing we can do is continue to improve combat. The only question is, do we want to improve combat now or integrate the new movement system? Because I think it's probably easier, to do the changes to the combat when the new movement system is in. So there is a bit of a dependency. There's a bit of a dependency there. Let me check the roadmap. Let me check the roadmap and see if I get some ideas. Let me check the roadmap. Splash screen missing So we discussed about the splash screen, but actually the game loads up so fast that you don't need a splash screen. So adding a splash screen will just inflate the loading time for nothing. So I don't know if you want. Every game is a splash screen. Like it starts and it tells you, "Hey, we are Atomic Blue. We did this planeship thing. We are great. It's Unreal Engine made." But do we really want it? If I can click and the game starts immediately, I think it's best. No. Having some advertising at the beginning, I don't know if it's really any use to anyone, not even to us. So I think the splash screen probably I would not do it. So I will remove it from the list for now. It's not something that is needed. Authentication done. Character selection screen. So this is the screen where you select your character. Now it's not great, I have to say, but it's not bad. So it's not great, but it's not bad. I don't know. I think we can leave it like this for now. I think there is no work needed at the moment here. Character creation done. Character creation. Oh, okay, so this we completely changed the way it is. So yeah, this thing is a bit old and I have to update it. Let me just see if under UI I have no. So we need to add a few things. So we have to change a few things here. So the character creation is now done in a different way. So there is, I don't even remember if it's completely fully done, right? But I'm pretty sure that we have character creation, name, gender, and race is done. Then we have the character creation zodiacs, right? And the zodiacs is done. Now I don't know if it fully works server side. I have to check that. I think we need to check if the actual zodiacs are then sent server side or not. Then we have the character creation live events, and it is done. Then we have the character creation leaving homeward, which is not done. So let's say that is in work but it's not in progress. I was saying in progress and missing. I don't know. Let's say that is in work based on the graphics that we need, but actually I think I need to put here the graphics. So let's say code, let's split it into code and drawings. Drawings for sure are missing. Let's say missing, when is partial. Let's say this one is partial and this one is missing. Then after leaving the homeward, you will enter the Dragon Plane. Now the Dragon Plane is a new area that probably none of you know about, but we do. And I need to put it under world. In fact, it doesn't exist. So I will add a new line here under world, which is called Dragon Plane. At the moment, it doesn't have a better name, but and this one is partial. I don't know. I think it's under work. It's partial. Zoe worked a bit on it. So that is for the character creation. So this I think represents a better view of what we are doing here, right? Yes. So this one, I'm really missing the drawings, and then I need to do a bit of. Yes, there is also the voiceover. By the way, I think there is the drawings, and there is the voiceover. Voiceovers, which are missing, and we need to do. Then inventory. Yeah, inventory 3D doll view is actually missing. Maybe we can do this. This one should be fairly easy. Is basically we need to recreate the character in 3D and or having a copy of our character in another place. Yeah, I think is yeah. But anyway, I have to think about it a bit. But I think it should be fairly easy. Then we are missing this UI. Okay. This one I don't remember what is partial about it. I think we can test it again, but I think that dig and harvest was working okay. Items lock and unlock. Also this, well, this one we were missing the mini games, but apart from the mini games, I think this one is done. No, I think someone should test it, but I think it's done. I think those two should be testable in game. Then context menus. Character show equipment, missing bracers. Probably this one I need to do. Climb. I would love to climb. Love to climb. Yeah, this one I will is missing. We'll do it in the future. Character advertisement animation. Yeah, there is the thing of ALS, the new ALS. I think we need to integrate it. Also riding and swimming. Where is swimming in this list? We don't have swim. I think I will add it to the list now. I will add it to the list because now we are, we completed a lot of other stuff. So swimming is missing. I mean, I have an example, but it's not working actually. I mean, it's not integrated. Okay, so we were here. Quest. Everything should be done. Yeah, combat PvP. So this one, PvE partial. We need to test more spells. Yeah, convert the particles. I think this one is the major work we need to do to convert all the particles, to the new spells, because otherwise. Combat death. Yeah, that I think is completed. It works. This one works. So this one I think I can remove the working icon. I can remove the gear. This one is working. The last time I tested it, it was working pretty well. You can die. Spellcast. Need more spells. Well, no. I mean, in terms of effects. In terms of effects, yes, but... this one is missing. This one actually Andrew said he would work on it, but he didn't. But this one is very needed, I guess. Action manager is done. Advice manager, economy manager, GM event. Yeah, maybe I can do this one. This one I think would be very needed. Iron PC, introduction, marriage, minigame, anti-cheat, server song, tutorial. Well, the weather manager, I think we need to associate the weather to. So I don't think it's done. The weather manager, I think we need to associate it to sectors now. Now that we have sectors, so I would say done is not true. Partial need to associate to set. Maybe this is something that we can do next. I think this would be fun to do. To have the weather manager, probably have rain, snow. Yeah, maybe I will do that. I think it sounds fun enough. You know, to have the weather system in place and to have it execute based on locations. Yeah. I think I will do this maybe the next one. Maybe not tomorrow, but maybe Tuesday. Decal manager. This one is very important. This one we need to do. Yeah. Crafting. Progression. I think progression is okay. I don't know why I say partial, but I think we are already getting experience in quest and combat. Yes. I think it's working fine. Then, yeah, music scores is completely missing, unfortunately. Tutorial, I think I have tutorial two or three times. Social buddies. Okay, the buddies, the friends, they are missing. This would also be something to do. NPC movement, daily cycle. It's pretty much done, I would say. NPC speech, NPC tribe. NPC pet. It is one about the pet also we need to do. Yeah, the other big one is this one. The instancy for guild, well, for dungeons. Dungeons we don't have today instancing, so let me remove it. But so instances for guilds, for sure. There is also something that can work next. I think this could be a good item to work on. This would be a good item to work on. I think I need to reorganize the gears. The gears are basically where I am kind of working on, and at the moment, for example, this one, I don't think I should work more because I think it's okay. This one I will say done. I mean they are moving daily night cycle properly. I don't know if just the invisibility is missing, but I think it's done. Maybe I can just say check invisibility. It's the only thing that maybe was not working. Weather manager, yeah, I will put the gear icon here. I think weather manager. I want to work on it. I want to work on it. Event manager. Event manager. I think we can do it later on. I mean, I will do, but not now. Yeah, instead of this character after torso animation, I think I can say ALS integration new. So ALS v4 integration. Okay, let me save it like this. See how many gears icon we have, because I don't want to have gear icon everywhere. Otherwise, it's pointless, right? So yes, these two we should. I think this is a matter of testing now, more of testing than anything else. This one, yes, I need to do. This one we need to improve it. This one, I don't know. This active reactive spread UI should be needed. Is needed, and the particles are needed. The weather manager will work on it. Location is fine. Perception combo. This one is related to one above. Guilds instance is okay. Launcher and updater missing. Wow, we can say that it's done now. That is very nice. So we can say the launcher is done and the updater is done. So the launcher for us is not really a launcher, you know, so it's the, yeah, I mean it's a launcher which is basically just checking for updates. So let's say launcher check for updates. It is done, and then updater check for update. So let's say launcher client side, right? Launcher client side check for updates and do and apply patch. And then there is the updater server side, which is doing the creation of patches, distribution. Right? And these are both done, which is insane. Very, very good. These are both done. Now, the world is pretty much in, so we have all the levels that we want. Then we have items. There's still some partial thing here. I don't know exactly why, but someone is working on it. Coordinate conversion system. Actually, this one is basically completed. So I would say it's partial. What we are missing coordinates for the sewers, just because the level changed so much. Still few levels missing. So in particular the sewers and something else, but it's not too much. Action location, yeah, this one is missing. This one I think is pretty much done. Let me say partial, but this one is pretty much done. This one I don't know. I don't remember. Fill out the spellcasting effect. I don't know. I think it's missing. Item instances. Okay, so this one are all. I think this one are all missing. Okay, it's good. So we did also an update on the roadmap, which is nice. Then we will have to update the monsters as well. I think that the majority are done. More than 50% are done. Okay, good. I think I will go to dinner. I will try to stream again in the next days. Now we are approaching the summertime, so I will have to decide, as I was saying, if I want to go somewhere during holidays in summer, or due to the COVID, maybe not. If not, obviously I will have a lot of time for plane shift, which would be great, so I could stream nearly every day, but I have to take the decision if I want to go somewhere or not, right? I will take it probably next week. So next week I'm still working, and then the week after I'm in holiday, so we will see each other much more, I hope. Yeah, so with that said, I think that's all, and thank you for watching. Speak to you soon. Just remind you, if you want to support the project, we have a Patreon site, and also we have a Discord and everything, so you can connect here to Patreon/Planeshift and check the different tiers and different levels with access to the supporters channel and videos posted, updated, mimes, whatever else. Okay, if you cannot, no problem. See you, boys. next time.